Words. I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm done with the weather. With the Ryan Spilborgs, I'm Drew Goodman.
It's clearing up. I mean,
it is clearing up.
Kind
and
of.
Dougie says we're going to have a nice little window, but we're going to be in a little bit of a delay for first pitch. On to the business of baseball, since you and I stink as weather forecasters. Chris Russell will take the baseball. Chris Russell has been a godsend for the Rockies. He had an emergency start. He was outstanding, and then he was pressed into duty very early in Philadelphia when Jordan Lyles had to come out, and he was terrific there.
Well, here's a guy who got picked up off of waivers from the Chicago Cubs and has done nothing but pitched well, and you mentioned it. One start in Cincinnati, one quality start, and when you see what he has to offer, we saw it in spring training. Good little two-seamer, but he has a cutter that he can throw in on right-handers. He is deceptive to lefties. I hate using the term crafty because I don't like that. It seems like he throws harder than that. His 89 miles an hour is and plays faster than what it looks like.
He's a crafty left-hander, Spilly, and no, he actually has very good command,
yes,
and he has to have good command. And I think that goes for right-handers that don't throw 95 plus or left-handers. So his command's been outstanding. Moving on to a guy that you really want to command the strike zone against, and that's Giancarlo Stanton. Last night he got an Eddie Butler slider that kind of backed up over the middle of the plate. And, you know, we laugh about this. He does not just hit home runs. He hits balls where most human beings standing in the middle of the outfield couldn't reach.
So I run into him as I'm walking out of the locker room, out of the clubhouse last night to my car. Stanton's in the well, the security well, and I walk up to him. I was like, "Did you get all of that last night?" And he looks at me and he goes, "Nope." And we start cracking up because I want to know and I want to see what does it look like if he actually gets all of it. We're talking over the rock pile. Think about that. He didn't get all of that. It was off the end of the bat.
I visited with him for a while in the clubhouse today, and because of what we do, we've been around him. You played. We've been around him now a number of times through the last few years. He is one of the largest human beings I've ever seen.
Yes, he is. He is.
He's a physical freak.
He's Adonis. Yep. He's a handsome human.
He's like what we used to sitting up here describe you as.
The opposite. Yes.
Well.
Look, there's suns coming out. There's a rainbow and unicorns flying in the outfield.
So the sun is going to come out.
It's coming out.
The sun will shine tomorrow.
Yes.
The sun will shine today. Yes. We're going to have a little baseball. We're just in a little bit of a delay. We'll come back in a few minutes. And the Rockies and Marlins will play Game 2 of this 3-game set here at Coors Field. the rain has moved out, and they have cleaned up the field once again. The hardest working crew in sports, the Colorado Rockies grounds crew, led by Mark Razum. We're set for baseball game 2 of this 3-game set. Chris Russell making his way to the Coors Field mound. It'll be his second start, and hopefully his third lengthy appearance, as he came out of the bullpen early in Philadelphia 6 days ago to rescue Jordan Lyles, who was injured, and he pitched beautiful baseball for 4 2/3. Along with Ryan Spilborghs, I'm Drew Goodman. We are glad you're along with us. We apologize again for the delay. It'll be officially about a 1 hour and 10 minute or 12 minute, somewhere in that time frame, delay. And we now are moving over 15 hours in delays so far this year. That, of course, is Dee Gordon. He's leading all of baseball in hitting at .364 in his first year in South Florida. Let's take a look at the rest of Dan Jennings' lineup, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Martin Prado will bat second. The big kid will bat third. Jeff Baker, our old friend, he'll be in the cleanup spot. Jeff really hits lefties. Marcell Ozuna will be in center field. Christian Yelich in left. Jeff Mathis making his debut this year. He's coming off a broken hand. That's why he's been out. Adeiny Echeverria, batting .305, will bat 8th in front of the former Yankee David Phelps. And here's a little bit more on Chris Russell. We talked about him before the rain. He's got to hit his spots, but I like his moxie.
I love his moxie. He will not be afraid of any right-handed hitter in that Marlins lineup. He's got a little cutter that he can throw right under their hands. What we love about him is that if you look at, only opponents have been able to hit 190 off of him so far. Yes, it's only been one start, but that start was a quality start. You can see slider, cutter, sinker, changeup, commands both sides of the plate. And what is really important to me, which will always be important to me, he works fast.
That is so important. I was talking to Brooks Brown for a while earlier this afternoon about tempo. And pitchers understand it. And if you pitch with tempo, if you've ever played this game at any level, especially in the infield, you'll be in a love affair with that guy that grabs a baseball and gets right back on the rubber. The guy that wanders around, not so much.
No, you don't want a rain delay that's on the mound. You don't mind it if it's on the field, at least not at this point.
Ooh, talk about ambush. Wow. First pitch of the game, Dee Gordon lines to deep right field. Cargo getting it in quickly. Here's the throw to third from DJ. Out at third base. What a relay. Oh, what a beautiful throw from DJ LeMahieu to cut down Dee Gordon.
First pitch swinging, Cardinal rule. Don't make the first or last third out at third base. Dee Gordon running straight through the stop sign. Perfect toss at third base to get him. What I want you to see at the end of this play is watch Nolan hand the helmet back to Dee Gordon. Cargo picks it up bare hands, makes a great throw to DJ. One hop to Nolan with the tight tag. Now watch. Nolan will get up and hand Dee Gordon his helmet back. I love that. That is a major league play right there.
That was a big league relay, absolutely. And the second pitch of the ball game is outside ball one on Martin Prado. So important, you know, when kids start playing baseball, and you practice in the backyard, and we played games, hit me in the chest,
yes,
you know, from every distance. Well, the first throw from Cargo was perfect to DJ. If he's got to reach down around his ankles, or he's got to slide a couple of steps, here's Cargo on the move, and he'll get there 2 outs. Playing catch, man, it comes back to that, doesn't it?
That's all this game is. Major League Baseball and baseball in general is a simple game of catch. It's the pitcher playing catch with the catcher. It's the outfielders playing catch with the infielders. What a great tag by Nolan right there. Quick swipe tag. But a great throw, great relay all the way around. It's first made by Cargo in right field, being able to barehand it and make a good, strong throw.
All right, here's Stanton, and he takes strike one. Right at the knees, 2 outs, nobody on. Stanton 2 for 5 last night, including that monstrous home run. Tries to push him off the plate a little bit.
Well, in the Marlins lineup in general, has been very tough against left-handed pitching, and they hit very well during the day.
This is the ball last night that, as he told you later on in the evening, he didn't get all of it. Who hits it that far and doesn't get all of it?
You're looking at him, Giancarlo Stanton.
On the outside corner, and it's 2-2.
This Marlins team is the highest National League batting average at .279 against left-handed pitching, and it's Giancarlo that leads the Marlins. He's got 4 homers against lefties.
Russet strikes him out with a little help from a great relay. A very nice start for Chris Russet. D. Gordon hits the first pitch of the game to the wall. Thought he had triple. Not so fast. Great throw from DJ. After the relay on the D. Gordon double, Charlie Blackmon's going to lead things off for the Rockies. Here's the rest of Walt Weiss's lineup. Again, brought to you each day by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. DJ LeMahieu at 331. DJ will bat second. Then Arenado, Gonzalez, Rosario. Tulowitzki is scheduled day off. He's not in the lineup initially. Michael McHenry will bat sixth. He's been swinging it. Daniel Descalso will bat seventh and be at shortstop, as you may have noticed. Brandon Barnes, and then the pitcher Chris Russet. David Phelps, a Notre Dame grad's on the hill, and the 6'2" right-hander's first pitch is on the outside corner for strike one on Charlie. The Rockies last night fell 6-2. They had 12 hits. The problem was all 12 were singles, and this will drop for a base hit.
Darn cute. Well, Charlie Blackmon this year, since spring training, he's been trying to take more and more pitches. First pitch strike from David Phelps. He's going to pound the strike zone. Last year with the Yankees, he was a guy that was going to strike out about 8 per 9, but walk about 3.5 per 9. This year's dropped down. Here's a pitch, sinker down and away. Charlie fights it off, hits it off the end of the bat. Drops it perfectly in front of Christian Yelich, who's playing way too far back in left field.
In 54 innings, he's walked only 16, struck out 36. He's a contact guy. Back with the Yankees last year, he was a swing guy. He would start some and relieve at times.
Had a save for the Yankees last year.
Did a little of everything. He's one of two guys at Notre Dame to punch out over 100, work over 100 innings in a college season and have an ERA under 2. The other guy, a former big leaguer,
Aaron Heilman.
Yeah, had a really good career, Aaron Heilman. You faced Heilman in college, didn't you?
We faced him in Notre Dame.
Regional,
yep,
right?
In a regional, and he ruined our regional.
So you don't like Aaron?
Don't like him at all.
DJ's hit 16 of his last 18 ball games. Last night 0 for 4 and a walk, a rare 0 for. Off the plate. Home plate umpire Tony Randazzo. Mike DeMuro is at first base, Will Little at second, and Phil Cuzzies at third. This is game 6 of a 10-game homestand. The Rockies 2-3 so far. 10-16 at home. That has to turn around.
When you have a 10-game homestand and you're facing teams like the Dodgers and the Marlins, you want to come out and have a great one. I mean, if you can, I'll start looking at numbers like 7 out of 10, but that's kind of the numbers that the Rockies are accustomed to at home. And right now, being under 500 at home it's put the Rockies in a very tough place, because right now on the road they're 1 game over 500.
And what a beautiful sight, because we all know that doesn't happen.
Doesn't happen.
And you hope the Rockies are able to sustain it, but they have to get going here at home, regardless of the opponent. Runner going, hit and run, beautifully executed. Lapid got deked a little bit. He'll still get to third. Echeverria deked him. Now the ball gets away, and going to second is DJ. Second and third, nobody out. Got to be able to play catch. We were just talking about that.
Got to be able to play catch. Well, on the Subaru Supermo, Charlie's running on the pitch, so the ball's off the plate. DJ's one of the better hitters in baseball against right-handed pitchers. Here's the side swing. Look at how deep he lets that get. That's almost behind him. He's able to fight it off into right field. Charlie has to pick up Stu Cole late. And Giancarlo makes an errant throw. Chaos ensues. The Rockies have a golden opportunity right here to score. Nobody out, second and third.
They gave the error to Jeff Mathis. Jeff says, thanks a lot, man. I just put the gear on the big league game for the first time this year, and I got an error in the bottom of the first. So Nolan is up there. He drove in one of the Rockies' runs last night. It was his 40th RBI. He's on pace to drive in about $120. That'll work. Opposite field hits leaders. You knew DJ'd be on this list, as well as he goes to right field.
And he's been rewarded. You can see the high batting average, the RBIs, the runners in scoring position. I always remember Maglio Ordonez was a huge RBI machine, and whenever he had the opportunity to get those RBIs, he tried to hit it opposite field because it felt like it kept him inside of fastball, kept him on the off-speed pitches, allowed him to put the ball in play a lot more often if he was trying to hit the ball opposite field. And Nolan's done a great job this year. Same situation, runners in scoring position. Nolan's not afraid to get a sac fly, put the ball on the ground opposite field, which allows him to stay on all these different pitches that pitchers try to throw to him.
2-0 count. Good speed. Blackman at third. DJ's at second. And that ball lined to right. No way Stanton's going to get there. They'll score 2. On his way to second is Arenado. Here comes LeMahieu following Blackman. He's hunting a triple. This relay will be aborted halfway there. A stand-up 2-run triple for Nolan.
On cue, we talk about it. Hitting with runners in scoring position this year. Nolan's hitting .452. Only second to Matt Carpenter. Drives the ball to right field. I love when Nolan's hitting third. This is his 10th game hitting third, and on the Subaru Supermo, you can see he is not afraid to hit the ball opposite field. That's a fastball away, drives it away. Giancarlo takes the ball, and hits, goes a little funky on him, so he has to barehand it. Has no chance with that time for Nolan to be able to get to third. 2-0 Rocks.
Fourth in the National League in ribbies with 42. Here's Cargo. Chance to get his first ribby since May 22nd. And maybe a little anxious. 0-1 on Carlos. Rockies 17-6 when they score first. And that is one of the truisms throughout baseball. So important to get that first run. The Rockies had the first couple of runs. 3 on the right side for Cargo. Now he's in a ditch 0-2, and I don't think either pitch he swung at was a strike.
No, and Cargo really has started to warm up. Month of April hit 200, 235 in May, jumped up to 375 so far in June. And last night he had no shift. The Marlins did not deploy the shift against Cargo, but tonight with runners in scoring position, they're going to put him in that abbreviated shift to second base.
Swung on and missed, and that is not a good at bat.
Nope.
3 pitches, Cargo's gone, and that fastball was off the plate. So Willeen will try to pick him up. Here's the defensive alignment for the Marlins. Christian Yelich has won a Gold Glove. As soon as a good center fielder, Stanton can throw out in right field. Prado, Echeverria on the left side. It's real solid. D. Gordon's outstanding at second. Jeff Baker getting the start at first, and Mathis is a good receiver. They've played very good defense this year at the Marlins. Now with 1 out, they bring the infield in. Just an over-anxious at bat from Carlos.
All he had to do is put the ball in play. And I know it sounds a lot easier than what it actually is, especially when you have runners in scoring position. Pitcher's not going to groove you a ball to just hit a ground ball or drive the ball in the outfield.
No, the first pitch for me set up the at-bat because, again, it's easy from up here. There's a base hit, and that'll make it 3-0. Good job for Willeen. And the Rockies have a 3 spot up. Still just 1 out. But going back to the Cargo, the first pitch breaking ball, instead of spitting on it, he didn't get a heater, spit on it, and first of all, it wouldn't have been a strike.
Nope, he could have been sitting 1-0. I mean, unless you're guessing, and there's been times where as a hitter you guess, okay, I have a feeling he's going to throw me a first pitch off-speed pitch. And just because you get it, just because you guessed right, doesn't mean you have to swing at it. So many times you guess right, you're like, oh, I got my curveball. But then it's in the dirt and you still swing at it.
That's where this game is so painful. A guy as gifted as Cargo go through rough times. And Spilly, you lived it for so many years. The most painful part is you can't just run up there and say, hey, let me hit again right now.
Yeah, let me try again.
You got to wait 30, 40 minutes and just wear it.
Well, and the whole time you're saying, I need to get a strike right there. What happened?
Mike McHenry takes ball 1. So the Rockies with 4 hits in the inning. Nolan with a 2-run triple. That broke the string in the series of 14 straight singles by the Rockies. McHenry had a little lift on that swing. It's 1-1.
We've seen some pretty aggressive swings so far against Phelps. Not fooling many of the Rockies hitters. But between yesterday and today, for the Rockies, with the off day Thursday, they have not taken batting practice on the field. Photo day today. Tarp was on the field yesterday.
Well, there was a stretch. I'm trying, because all this rain, literally, we've all lost our minds with it. There was one period where the Rockies went it was 8 days between hitting out on the field, and it does make a difference for a player, doesn't it?
Makes a huge difference, and we just saw with the Marlins, Russin's on the mound, and we saw half the Marlins lineup was still in left field warming up. So the rain has definitely played a factor as far as the schedule, the results, just getting the routines in order, and not just that. I mean, ticket sales for the Rockies, all these issues have arisen because of this weather.
Looks like a really nice Saturday afternoon crowd. Out in the rock pile. Not too many empty seats out there. This ball's hit well to right. Stay fair. It is a fair ball. Rosario's going to get a green light from Stu Cole. He'll score easily. We have ourselves another triple. Of course, Mike McHenry collects those. 4-0 Colorado. Stand-up triple for Fort McHenry.
Well, McHenry has always been a very good hitter for the Rockies on the Subaru Supermo. Here's another fastball away, runs back into McHenry's bat. Giancarlo is having quite a bit of trouble in right field right now. The ball's been taking some funny hops on him. McHenry never breaks stride. For a while, he was leading the Rockies in stolen bases and would let you know.
Here's Descalso with the infield in. Blocked by Jeff Mathis. So in Mike McHenry's career, that is, in all seriousness, his first career triple. Did he get the baseball?
Oh, for sure.
He's still a little out of breath. And he knocked in another catcher. He doesn't catch that much anymore, but Willeen
had a great at bat. Back-to-back quality at bats right there.
Descalso doing, again, not trying to pick on Cargo, but two borderline pitches. He's staying patient. He knows it's a great opportunity to drive in a 5th run.
Well, this is why Descalso's hitting .316 with runners in scoring positions, because he's waiting for a pitch.
It's on the inside corner, and it's 2-1. Brandon Barnes on deck. Anytime you lose, obviously it is a disappointment. The Rockies were raring to go yesterday after the great win Wednesday night, the 3 runs against the Dodgers, the bottom of the 9th. We all know what happened Tuesday, and then a day to catch your breath Thursday. And they were excited about getting back to the ballpark and trying to build on that. Of course, it didn't work out. So to come out here after losing 6-2 last night in the game, quite frankly, they were never really in, and throw up at least a 4 spot in the 1st inning, pumps that dugout up.
Pumps it up. You can see that right now that all the guys are sitting up there. It's a good sight to see when, you're right, yesterday was almost pie in the face. You win a great game against the Dodgers, you have that off day, then you're expecting to beat up on a team that has struggled.
2-2. Descalso fouls that off.
I mean, granted, you tip the cap to Tom Kohler. Last night, he was dominant of the Rockies. He had everything going. But at the same time, that's a game that you really, with the momentum that you had built up from Wednesday, from a good, tough series against the Dodgers, you really want to come out and win the first game, especially at home.
And this ball, what a pickup by Gordon. That saved a run. I thought that was through the right side.
Should have been.
Descalso. Good pickup by a good fielder.
Well, it takes an in-between hop for D. Gordon to go out there, reach and grab it. Looks the runner back, looks McHenry back, and then flips it nice and easy to Baker. You can see Descalso. Are you serious? Come on, man, that's an RBI. And that's also why you play infield in right there. You play infield back, yes, it's a 4-3, but it's 5-0 right now.
Brandon Barnes takes ball 1. 8th man to come up here in the bottom of the 1st inning for the Rockies. Barnes making his 13th start since being called back to the big leagues from Albuquerque, and the club's 8-4 when he starts. Two and 1. Phelps is hunting 30 pitches here in the initial frame. Two one.
Barnes got a pitch right there. Good swing. Fouled it straight back. You're in a hitter's count, 2-1. He gives you the pitch that you want to hit. You miss it. Now you have to battle.
It's 3-2. Phelps, a St. Louis area kid. And this is on the ground to Gordon. This will get Phelps to the dugout. The Rockies match their season high for runs in an initial frame. They get 4 in the first on 5 hits. And it's 4-0 Colorado. The big blow. Nolan Arenado's triple to drive in 2. Four nothing as we go to the top of the second inning. Drew Goodman, Ryan Spilboards, and Jenny Kapner. Jenny, you were busy last night. You had to represent, didn't you?
I did. I had to represent the Root Sports crew at the Houston Doherty wedding. So Lindsay Houston, Jeff's daughter, got married last night to Steve. Changing last names. Huey, of course, wears many hats on our broadcast. Now you have a new hat, father-in-law. How does that one feel today?
It feels a little weird. I'm getting used to it, but it was still, it was hard giving away my baby last night. I'm not going to lie.
I bet. Like, what were the emotions like? I guess I should ask Lindsay this. Did Jeff cry?
Absolutely.
100% tears.
110% tears.
I love that. What's that speech like? Because Lindsay's about to walk down the aisle. There's some nerves that go on with the big day. What is the dad speech like right before?
So my speech before is we're waiting to get off the bus before we walk down the aisle. I said, just pretend like it's game day. And that's what we did. We said, hey, it's game day, let's go. And we started chanting game, let's go, let's go. And then we finally had to do a chest bump. And it was kind of funny in her dress and me in my tux, but it worked.
Well, let's be honest. The best athlete in the Houston family, it's Lindsay Houston. So if anybody's going to get the game day going, it's Lindsay. How was Dad's chest bump? Did it get you fired up?
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. 100%.
Well, congratulations to the Houston family. It was a beautiful wedding. Absolutely beautiful. And I think I saw a tear myself from you. And Wendy, of course. We have to introduce Wendy Houston, the mother of the bride. So you guys, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And enjoy the game from this view. This is pretty cool.
This is weird for me. I'm walking in. I'm like, what do I do? Where do I go? I wanted to go sit up with Drew and Spilly, but I didn't have my credential. They wouldn't let me.
And there's no seat up there for you. Spilly's a hog in the booth.
Yeah, he is.
All right, guys, we'll send it back to you.
Tell Wendy she's welcome, and Huey can stay right where he is. Tell Lindsay congratulations.
We will. Congratulations from Drew and Spilly and the whole gang.
I'm going to say right now, my daughter's never getting married.
You're like every dad who's had a daughter. And what a beautiful picture of Lindsay and whoever that guy is walking with her. But special night for the Houston family.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that is terrific.
She looks beautiful. Huey looks great.
In fact, Lindsay worked down here at Coors Field for a while.
She did.
Yeah, after college. Asuna at first base, Christian Yelich at the plate. He takes a strike. Yelich has gotten off to a really slow start, but he has hit 11 of his last 12. Put the average at 221 after hitting 284 last year. Chris Russell will toss one over to Willeen.
Well, I was talking to Frank Menechino. He's the hitting coach for the Marlins. And he said Yelich's biggest issue so far this year is he's still trying to hit for power. And Yelich isn't a guy that's going to be driving the ball out of the yard.
You know, I think, Spilly, and why don't you expound on this? If you play outfield in baseball at this level, unless you're a center fielder and a speed guy, if you're a corner outfielder, there's an expectation that you got to hit the ball over the wall, and maybe that's what he's feeling.
I think that's what he's feeling, but if I could point out to Yelich.
Russell, low throw, and a good job by Descalso to stay on the bag. So the opportunity to turn two went away on that throw, but good job by Daniel to field it and get the out.
Well, Russell, trying to make a good throw to second base, has had issues. We've looked up some of his minor league numbers as far as fielding. There's been some issues there. He's okay, though. He gets the ball over there. 929 fielding as a pitcher. Descalso does a great job reaching over to keep that ball from going into the outfield, at least get the out.
Finally, Suno will come off the field. He was waiting for the Marlins to replay it inside on their end to see if they wanted to challenge it. Clearly, he was on the bag.
Yes. Like the phone wasn't working to the video room, and part of the reason why he wasn't able to get thumbs up or thumbs down.
Oh, maybe the rains affected that too.
Yeah, I bet you.
2 outs, Yelich at first.
Going back to your point about outfielders, corner outfielders thinking that you need to hit for power. There's a guy named Nick Markakis, has made a wonderful career for himself with Baltimore and now with the Atlanta Braves.
Jeff Mathis, his first swing in a big league game this year, results in a base hit.
Mathis, not known for his hitting, primarily an extremely solid defensive catcher, jumping on that first pitch.
Rockies fans, you can join the conversation. Send us your thoughts, photos via Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook. Use the hashtag ToyotaTalk. 2 on for Adeiny Echeverria. Comes back, I think, to something we talked about relative to DJ. That's a base hit. And Yelich is going to score. Echeverria makes it 4-1.
Well, here's Echeverria. He's one of the better hitters in baseball in the day. Loves hitting left-handed pitching. Just pulls his hands inside of the little cutter that Russell likes to throw. Right past a diving Daniel Descalso. Charlie Blackmon's going to field it. He has no chance to make a play on Yelich. So throwing the ball right back to the infielder to keep Mathis going first to third. And keep Echeverria from getting to second base as well.
David Phelps, the pitcher, is up there. But to finish that thought, it's knowing who you are.
Yes.
It's like DJ. DJ's comfortable in his skin. He may be 6'4" and 205, 210 pounds. You may think, ooh, this is going to be a home run hitting second baseman. That's not who he is. He knows who he is. Be who you are.
I think at times Yelich got a 7-year, $47 million contract this offseason, and there's times where you feel like you have to play up to it, or maybe you have to do something more than what you're capable of doing. We know the guy can hit. Nick Markakis is a great comp to Yelich in that he plays Gold Glove defense, will hit for doubles, hits for average, and the Marlins rewarded him because of what he was capable of doing last year, not for what he's going to potentially do. It's what you do. That's what most of the contracts are for, even though he's only his first year. You get paid for what you've done, not what you're going to do.
Brett Butler, the now outfield instructor for the Marlins. He was their third base coach. Swung on and missed. Russell strikes out Phelps. In the inning, there was a run on 3 base hits, so the Marlins are on the board. It's 4-1 as we go to the bottom half of inning number 2 at Coors Field. Inning, Chris Russell will lead it off in the top of the order for the Rockies. Who wants tacos when the Rockies score 7 or more? And they're well on their way this afternoon. Go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the next day. Do it between 4 and 6 to get your Rockies taco special. Liv Moss at Taco Bell. So you play a little morning ball game, and then see, at that age you don't have to shower and get out of your uni. You just stay in your uni and come to the ballpark.
Can you see the name of their jerseys? Dirty Baseball.
Dirty Baseball.
There you go. It's on the jersey. So you got to live the lifestyle, I guess, right?
Well, it absolves them from showering, I guess, after when Mom says, go, you got to shower.
Mom, I'm on the dirty team. No. Okay, I'll do it. Thanks, Mom. I love you.
Well, Russin will try to break a stretch for the Rockies that is unheard of and maybe unprecedented. I don't know what the longest offer is for Rockies pitchers at the plate, but currently they are 0 for 48.
That's terrible.
Yes, Billy, that would be bad. 0 for your last 48 is not good. Whether you're a position player or a pitcher, they're not good.
I mean, sometimes you go like 0 for 10 and that feels awful. 0 for 48. Get through. 0 for 49.
And counting.
So that first inning, Stanton had quite a few balls in right field that I wouldn't say misplayed, but definitely the footing wasn't there. You can see that right field track. There's water, there's a lot of traction. Stanton still has his hands on his hips. Kind of frustrated from that whole inning. So always one of those things where, you know, the field, you're going to have to realize what the intricacies are. How is the ball going to react off the wall? How are these things? But sometimes you just can't plan for a wet track.
Charlie got the rally started last inning with a base hit. This is a high fly ball to right field. Charlie missed this by a couple of grains. So there are 2 outs, and that'll bring up DJ.
Well, in today's game, we have three of the top 5 hitters in baseball that hit well during the day. D. Gordon hitting 415, Nolan hits 378, and DJ hits 364. So you got 2, 3, and 5 in baseball.
DJ scored in that first inning.
Years ago, Willie Taveras was not very good at hitting during the day, so we called him Dracula.
Is that right?
Yeah.
This ball toward the right field corner again. It's been Triple's alley. And Stanton grabs it with his bare hand, and it'll hold DJ to merely a double.
Not a surprise that DJ drives the ball to right field. It's starting to get a little old, but the results continue. And DJ's really starting to drive that ball. You can see it. One hops the fence. Stanton, glad he got a nice easy hop for him right there, but you can see he's trying to be nice and easy on his feet because of that turf. It's slippery. The ball's probably wet. He has to barehand it, throws it in. And now you have Nolan hitting with 2 outs and runners in scoring position, something that he loves.
He's close to 500 this year, as crazy as that may sound, on June the 6th. And he went in that corner a moment ago with the 2-run triple. Outside, ball 1. Phelps throws that curveball only about 13% of the time. Fastball cutter primarily.
I don't expect too good of pitches for Nolan right now. 2-0. We talked about Cargo's last at bat. You have first base open.
I love when pitchers stare in and the catcher goes through 11 different signs and then has to call timeout and says, dude, you know, you only have so many pitches.
Yeah, curveball in, curveball away, fastball in, fastball away. Change up, no. Okay, just don't throw anything.
Well, that was a quality swing. Pitch out over the plate for Nolan.
Well, you can see Phelps walks right off the back of the mound. I don't think he wanted the location that he got. He got away with the pitch right there.
21 driven in over his last 13 games. Is that hot or what?
That's really good. And he loves to hit the 3-hole. Tulo loves to hit in the 3-hole. So you have two guys that they want to have their nose right in it.
Well, for any hitter, it's always been the most coveted spot. Usually reserved for the most complete hitter on a club.
No, just to prove to you how much Nolan likes hitting 3. 385 batting average, 4 home runs, 10 RBIs in 10 games hitting in the 3-hole.
4 runs, 6 hits for the Rockies, trying to get that run back that the Marlins scored last inning. 2 outs, DJ at second. Here's the 2-1. Phelps is starting to take a lot more time between pitches.
Well, sometimes doing the opposite. We talk about keeping the pace. It's good for the defenders. Other times, if you go Steve Traxel on him and slow the pace down, for a hitter, it becomes frustrating, and you end up swinging at pitches outside the zone.
2-2, and that's what happened to Nolan. He swings at a cutter off the plate. So LeMahieu's left at second base. The Rockies up 4-1. We're off to the third.
And on Miami, Giancarlo Stanton due up this half inning. Of course, we know he hit the home run last night. Where does he get his power food from? It all comes from the Kit Kat. Check this out. D. Gordon tweeting, you need to start respecting the rules, sir. That is a huge bite out of a Kit Kat. We all know that you have to break me off a piece of that Kit Kat, not take a huge chunk out of it. So how did Kit Kat respond? Well, they said, how do you like it? Hashtag breaking the rules. Giancarlo Stanton wouldn't use a tennis racket when he's at the plate. Duh. Well, it was all fun and games. Kit Kat, they had their fun on Twitter, but they also sent a nice large box of Kit Kats to the clubhouse. Full delivery for the Miami Marlins. Having some fun with Giancarlo and the way he chooses to eat his Kit Kats. Billy, how do you eat a Kit Kat?
I break it off.
Exactly.
Share
Drew,
with my friends.
how do you eat a Kit Kat?
You know how orderly I am, so I obviously break it off.
Clearly, Giancarlo Stanton does not know the rules.
And I'm not buying the fact that he eats many. We all love Kit Kats, but I'm saying he doesn't eat many of those. I was talking to him this morning. He's a freak of a human being. You're not supposed to be 6'8" basically and 250 pounds with 4% body fat. He doesn't put many bad things in that body.
No,
that's a temple.
Body's a temple. Yeah, you don't put gasoline in a diesel car.
If there's a rule to break from Giancarlo, it's this one.
He tried to break it off, but he just couldn't help himself and just ate the whole thing.
Inside 2-2. D. Gordon leading off here in the third inning. Martin Prado and then Stanton to follow. Chris Russin has given up a run on 4 hits. And D. Gordon swings and misses on a curveball, and that is the 4th strikeout already for Chris.
Well, there's a reason why, as a group, nobody's been hitting Chris Russin, and he's mixing up pitches. There's a curveball that he takes a lot of speed off of it, puts D. Gordon way out in front of it.
Martin Prado hit a fly ball down the right field line that Cargo corralled his first time up, and there's a pitch in there for a strike. 10 years in the big leagues for Martin. Career .291 hitter. At some point this year he'll move past the 1,200 hit mark in his career.
I remember when he was with the Braves as a utility player, and he would occasionally come and play first base, go to left field, and every chance he had to do something, get an at bat, he made the most of it.
I always felt, Spilly, that he was and is a prototypical 2-hole hitter, because like DJ, he really goes to right field very well.
Goes to right field. He's not afraid to hit with 2 strikes. We talked about it. He's a gamer, takes a quality at bat, and he grinds out those at bats. Grinding out at bats day in, day out, it takes a lot. It takes a special type of mentality. You have to be willing to do it. You have to be willing to stick with the approach. This is something he's never changed.
This ball's well struck center field, and it is off the wall, and now it's coming back toward home plate as Charlie fires it all the way to third, almost in the air. It's a triple. Boy, it's an afternoon of triples. That's the 3rd triple of the ball game.
Well, Martin Prado is 5th in baseball in singles, so it's not something normal for him to be driving the ball as far as he did. There's looks like a cutter that just stayed up. Prado gets on top of it, drives it all the way off the wall. I think Prado thought maybe he had a home run, and then he had to turn on the gas, and there he goes, standing at third base. Third base, 1 out with Giancarlo Stanton.
You got to be careful here. You have a guy that eats up left-handed pitching in the on-deck circle in Jeff Baker. Rockies up by 3 runs, 1 out in the 3rd. And Stanton bounces this one foul.
The great equalizer for Chris Russin right here is that he has that ability to throw that cutter right under Stanton's hand, and we've seen what happens when he gets his arms extended. Tie him up, keeps him in the yard, maybe pops him up in the infield.
That was high even on Stanton. Stanton signed as a second-round pick at a high school. He had a full ride to play both football and baseball at Southern Cal. Swung on and missed. It's 2-2. And he was not one of these showcase players. You know, so many kids when they're 17, 16, 17, 18, you know, if they're a high caliber player, they're going to, you know, showcases all over the place.
Area
the only
codes,
one he went to was the area codes. And he said, I showed up, and he goes, I didn't really know anybody, because there it is. Swung on and missed. Changed speeds. Stanton hadn't been on the whole circuit. He was playing basketball. He was playing football. He got out of football practice to go to the area codes, and naturally in BP he's hitting, you know, balls into the next county, and all of a sudden he got on everybody's radar.
You can see on the Subaru Super Mode, this is a changeup. The cutter inside, followed by a fastball up and in, sets up the changeup down and away. Great sequence. No chance for Stanton to be able to put that ball in play.
Not out of the woods, though. Here's Jeff Baker. He struck out looking his first time. Baker pops it up right side. Is this going to stay in play? It's going to be close. And it lands on top of the Rockies dugout. No play for Wheeling.
Sounded like it hit a gong over there.
Over by the camera well. That hit Bo in the head. You know what? It hit the railing. That's why we heard it gong. Bo, you're going to have to put a helmet on.
Baker's made a career out of hitting left-handed pitchers. 300 lifetime career, batting average 39 homers, 142 RBIs.
That's fouled off. Baker, a Rocky between 2005 and 2009, played 231 games with the Rockies, had 22 home runs, drove in 88. He's a special player coming out of Clemson, and you grew up in the minor leagues with him, and it seemed every year he was battling some sort of wrist ailment.
Yes, he did. He had it for a while and had surgery a couple times on it to fix it. And
hard ground ball. Wheeling did a good job with his body, and he'll scramble to the bag. He went into catcher mode there. It wasn't getting through him, even if it had to hit him in the chest. Good job by Wheeling. And that will keep the Marlins off the board in the third, 4-1 Colorado. The third, 3, 4, and 5 in their lineup. The Coors Light Cold Hard Facts brought to you by Clean, Crisp Coors Light, the game's most refreshing beer. All right, in a short while, American Pharoah will go for the Triple Crown. We haven't seen one since affirmed in '78. There have been 11 horses to win the Triple Crown. 17 batters have done it. The last time, both in the same year, War Admiral at 37 to Ducky Medwick. This is a rocket right at Giancarlo Stanton. So Carr goes 0 for 2, but he feels better about that swing than his previous at bat. Yet Ducky Medwick on the Triple Crown back at 37 in War Admiral.
Why the long face?
Very funny line. Forgive me as I chuckle along with you. Was Eddie Arcaro? Eddie Arcaro was on War Admiral, wasn't he, Dougie? Look that up. You haven't looked up Eddie Arcaro for us in a long time. Dougie gave me one of those raised eyebrows as if to say, I'm impressed you know who Eddie Arcaro was. Two-time, what do you call the jockey? You know,
the jockey, right?
Well, he was twice. He had a Triple Crown.
Yeah, that's great. Well, hopefully the guy gets it today. American Pharoah. My son loves American Pharoah.
Really?
Yep. We have one of those.
Charlie Kurtzinger was aboard War Admiral. Give me Eddie Arcaro's 2 horses. He won the Triple Crown twice. Steve Cawthon was on what? Secretariat? No, Steve Cawthon was on. Was he on Affirmed? Jockeys for 400, please. This ball's wallop left center field. Take a good look. You won't see it for long. The baby ball has gone deep. Third time this year, and it's 5-1. Put a little hurting on that baseball.
I think he's. After watching Stan last night, some of these guys are starting to feel good. It's starting to warm up at Coors Field, and when it warms up, the ball flies. Gotta love how hard Rosario's been working this year. Starting catcher a year ago to getting sent to the minor leagues. He's been taking quality at bat after quality at bat. RBI single early in the game, and then just drives one way out into left center.
That ball was smothered.
I mean, you really have to appreciate a guy that for 3 straight years was hitting more homers than any catcher in Rockies history to no longer being the catcher, splitting duties with Fort McHenry and Nick Hundley, getting sent to the minor leagues because you no longer have a position and still be able to give quality at bats, still be a good teammate. That is a tough thing to do, and he's doing a good job. You can see this fastball, it doesn't move enough in. Rosario pulling his hands in. We know how strong he is. Pointing to his family. I love it.
Outside, 1-2. Last home run for Rosario was May the 14th. And you're absolutely right. He is a tremendous teammate. He's always got a smile on his face. I mean, talk about a career change. You've been a catcher your whole life. You've had years where you've hit close to 30 home runs as a catcher.
Yep.
You think you're going to be a catcher for a decade plus in the big leagues, and they say, listen, you know what? We love your offense. We're not completely sold on you defensively. We want to change positions with you. A lot of guys would not buy in.
Or go in the tank. That they would mentally be defeated by that demotion. Because there's times where you feel like that's a demotion. But in the limited at bats that Rosario has got, that was a strike.
That was like a tape delay. I looked down already because I didn't think there was a strike called by Tony Randazzo. Evidently there was. There's 2 outs, and that'll bring up Descalso. 3rd strikeout for Phelps.
But for Rosario, with the limited amount of at-bats, for him to be able to still give quality at-bats, he's done a great job off the bench, pinch hitting. Throw him in the middle of the lineup today. 2 RBIs, 2 for 2.
2 hops to the shortstop, Echeverria, and that'll end the inning. But the Rockies, on the home run by Rosario, have a 5-1 lead. 4-run separation once again. Boom. Rockies up 5-1 as we go to the top of the 4th inning. With every challenge call, the Subaru Eyesight Review will determine the outcome. Love, it's what makes a Subaru a Subaru. Walt Weiss. Watch Chris Russin be very steady through the first 3 innings, giving up some hits, but just 1 run. He'll face Marcell Ozuna, who singled in the 2nd to lead things off in the 4th. The 2 horses that Eddie Arcaro rode to a Triple Crown. In 1941, Whirlaway, and 1948, Citation. Ron Turcotte was on Secretariat, right? That's Triple Crown jockeys for 600.
Just the word citation scares me. I feel like I deserve a parking
because
ticket.
you've gotten a number of them.
So many of them. I'm surprised that my car doesn't have a boot.
Marcell Ozuna pulls this. This guy, it doesn't matter what he's coming in hitting, and Ozuna's trying to turn this into a double, and he runs well. He will. DJ holding the tag on, so it's a leadoff double. It doesn't matter what he's hitting coming in. He throws out hit after hit when the Rockies come to town or they visit Coors Field.
We know this Marlins team, best hitting team in the National League against left-handed pitchers. Ozuna leads the Marlins with that batting average. He's hitting well over 400 now after 2 hits. And you're right. Certain guys that just do so well against a certain team. And I think of Buster Posey when he faces the Rockies. Ozuna is the Marlins version.
Yeah, but listen, Buster Posey, there's an expectation he's going to hit.
Everybody.
He's an MVP.
Yeah, you're right.
Without being disrespectful
exactly.
Disrespectful to Marcell Ozuna, but come on, man, he's hitting like Buster Posey. Ball, 1 strike. You can see why scouts fell in love with Yelich. He does have a smooth, good-looking left-handed swing.
It's a pretty swing, but at the same time, just because it's pretty doesn't mean anything. I've seen a lot of guys with really pretty swings that just don't hit well.
Some guys with ugly swings that hit really well, like Hunter Pence.
Yep, there you go. Prime example. Ozuna,
just so you have the numbers, in his career, 10 ball games, he's hitting all 10 against the Rockies, 18 for 38, 474 average, 2 home runs, 8 RBIs. And this ball pulled toward the hole. DJ diving stops, got to hit Russin out at first base.
Wow.
There's 2 guys, in my opinion, that you can hand the Gold Glove to right now, and they're repeat winners. Arenado for the 3rd time and DJ for the 2nd time. And I know he's going to have competition in second. D. Gordon's been terrific, but this guy going to his left, I think, is without parallel.
It's not even close. A 6'4", high pockets Kelly play right there, sliding. But Chris Russin being able to get over there on the run. You almost have to square yourself, run along the baseline so you're not running into Christian Yelich, who's coming down the line hard trying to get a hit. It's a good play all the way around. But the feed DJ did, being able to slide and then throw it from the hip, put it right on the money right there with the pitcher running. The degree of difficulty on that one is a 10.
He's special. He is a special defensive player. Asked D. Gordon about him at the clubhouse today, and he raised his eyebrows. He said, man, he's terrific. I think all players, Billy, right? They watch players who play their position in particular, don't you?
You always pick out somebody that does something similar to your comp. And DJ and D. Gordon, maybe not the similar players as far as their games, but second base and being as good as they are defensively, yeah, you want to watch that guy.
You know what a dangerous spot can be? The on-deck circle. Watch Echeverria. He's getting ready, and all of a sudden there's a baseball coming in his direction. I'll play a little defense. That's why he's a shortstop. He's got good hands.
Great hands. Yeah, I got that. He's got bueno manos.
Bueno manos. See. 0-2. Ground ball, diving stop Arenado. He's got 1 play, and that's at first. Well, Jeff Mathis thought he had an RBI single. Instead, he has an RBI ground out. Well, he had an opportunity yet to brag on Nolan's defense.
Well, some guy with bueno manos. Here's the guy with mejor manos. Best hands in baseball. This is a play we've seen so many times, but it is so great. He has no chance to get the guy out at home. Doesn't even bother looking there. Makes a quick snap throw, and Mathis is running right back to the dugout. Got an RBI, but he'd much rather be hitting the 2 hits.
2 outs. Echeverria is at the plate now, and he takes a slider for a strike. Daney an RBI single in the second. 24 ribbies now for Echeverria. You look at the Gold Glove candidates at shortstop so far in the first half. 3 names keep cropping up. This kid, naturally, Andrelton Simmons, and Brandon Crawford with the Giants.
Yes.
Good pickup by Willeen. In the inning, there was a leadoff double by Hasuna. He eventually scores. 5-2 Colorado, middle of 4. Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by the all-new Ford F-150. It's not just a truck, it's the future of tough. By Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. And by CenturyLink, your link to what's next. Earlier today, no batting practice, but a lot of cameras were out. Phone cameras and actually some real cameras too. Some selfies taken as it was photo day at the ballpark.
I was a huge fan of photo day. Loved it.
Did you go to a photo day growing up?
I gave a lot of bunny ears to fans.
Oh, so you're talking about as a player you enjoyed photo day.
I think I went to one photo day, and as you know, I was a huge Dodger fan, so driving down to Los Angeles for photo day, but I want to say we overexposed the film. So I think I had a picture of Tommy Lasorda that never popped out.
I'll tell you what, when we're in LA again later in the year, I think we go back in September. We'll get Tommy and then we'll take a picture of you and Tommy, okay?
Can I get my old kid's uniform?
You can do that if you like.
That'd be great.
Do you remember who you played for then?
The Dodgers.
Oh, really? Well, how fitting. If you wear a Dodger uniform, he will definitely take a picture with you. Hard on the ground at third. Toronto comes up with it, and Barnes is the first out in the fourth inning. Speaking of the Dodgers, Yasiel Puig has been reinstated. He's been out for quite some time with a hamstring injury.
Well, playing the Cardinals, after the game Wednesday night, we knew that they were going to get home early Thursday morning, face the Cardinals. for a tough stretch. 4 games at home. The Cardinals won that Thursday night.
Look at this bunt by Russell. Forget about it.
Nice.
Ichiro would have been proud of that one.
I think he is. He's smiling over there.
And that snaps the 0 for 49.
Yeah! Throw the ball out.
Take it out of play.
Actually, Ichiro's not happy about that. Well, Russ had hit 246 in the minors as a pitcher. His batting average 105. It's actually below that prior to the at-bat. And look at that. It's perfect drag bunt. David Phelps. Sorry, bud.
And he runs pretty well, too.
That's athletic. Wow.
You really want to shock everybody. Take off first pitch here.
Yeah, go for it. I'm all for it.
Breaking ball for a strike on Blackman. Charlie 1 for 2. Five runs, 8 hits already for the Rockies as they bat here in the 4th inning against the Golden Domer, David Phelps. The Dodgers are running some real good Cardinal pitching the last 2 days.
Tonight's going to be Clayton Kershaw versus Jaime Garcia. Garcia, to me, is a great story. Here's a guy that was great a couple years ago, got hurt, consistently got hurt. Now he's back, and he looks great. And baseball is an amazing sport where that, especially for the pitchers, and it's what I'm always worried about. In one moment, the guy's career can change. And for a guy to fight back like a Rodrigo Lopez, you remember he had the shoulder surgery that nobody had come back from.
1 and 2.
He came back and had a great rest of his career. Now he's a broadcaster with the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, we see Rodrigo quite a bit. Did some good work for the Colorado Rockies.
He's a great pitcher for the Rockies. Yeah, I'll see a dirt ball right here. Watch Russell take second.
Off the plate. Charlie brings a unique intensity to the ballpark, doesn't he?
He really does. He is very serious about his craft. We'll always see every time we come into the locker room before the game, he's in the video room trying to pick something out about a pitcher, whether it's what he's going to feature, what he's going to throw to him. He's on the bases. Keeps himself in phenomenal shape. Last night, after the game, we're leaving at 12:30. He still gets his workout in.
We talked about that. Some guys lift before the game. Other guys prefer to do it after the game. This ball's poked to right center field. Good job of hitting right there. Russell will stop at second. And Charlie has his second knock of the ball game. Sometimes you're fooled. You get out on the front side. But if you keep the hands back, Spilly, good things happen.
Good things happen. Don't lose your body. Try to keep the body behind the baseball. Then you can just throw your hands. You'd see Charlie's not completely fooled. He sees it. See, he doesn't lose his legs. He can just drop the barrel on it. Drops it right in front of Giancarlo. Giancarlo tries to throw it in, and he throws a cutter to Echeverria. He's lucky that ball didn't go all the way to the backstop.
Now here's DJ, a single in the first, a double in the second. There's a strike. Well, let's compare the two guys playing second base in this series. Both are having gorgeous seasons, and physically different guys. D's not a big guy. DJ is 6'4". 1 and 2 in hitting right now in the league. A lot of hits for both. Runs plenty for D. Gordon. A lot of ribbies for DJ LeMahieu. Gordon, one of the fastest players in baseball. And an 800+ OPS for DJ, who's hit most of the year in the 8th spot, but Walt just can't keep him down there anymore. He had to move him up.
You have to move him up, and just looking at those offensive numbers, that's great And we're not even talking about how good they are defensively. These guys don't even have to put up these numbers, and we'd still talk about how good they are, how important they are as being up the middle. Talk about up the middle defense as being one of the keys to having a successful team.
Well, they both will probably be together in Cincinnati at the All-Star game. They ought to be.
They should be.
2 balls and a strike on LeMahieu. Just keeps knocking things off. Probably an internal checklist. He certainly would never say it outwardly, but Gold Glove last year. Should be an All-Star this year. 300 hitter. And back up the middle. Stay hot, LeMahieu. Cut the bag at third. Here comes the pitcher, Russin. And it is 6-2. What a phenomenal season DJ LeMahieu is enjoying. 3 for 3. 27 RBIs now for LeMahieu.
Well, when you're hitting over 440 with runners in scoring position, you're doing something well. And what DJ does is we continue to talk about this. He stays within his approach. He was not trying to do anything more than just square up the ball, hit it hard up the middle, opposite field, and he does it. Gets a hanging curveball right there. Russin picked up Stu Cole, picked him up early, knows that he's going to have an easy chance to score. Looks like Chuck Hernandez is going to come talk to Phelps again.
Chuck cut his teeth after his playing career in the Angels organization. He's been with the Marlins a long time. Very well respected pitching coach.
June 8th is the next Purple Monday, where Purple win prizes. First 5,000 fans will receive a Purple Monday Rockies trucker hat.
Was it you grabbed the trucker hat the other night?
Yeah, and Charlie Blackmon's sister stole it from me.
She did?
Yep, I was wearing it on the way out, and she took it.
I'm sure she looks a whole lot better in it than you do.
Yeah, she did.
Donnie's hoping for a trucker hat. Purple Monday trucker hat. What are you wearing today, Donnie? I can't see this glare on your hat. Rienzo getting loose for the Marlins. 6 runs, 10 hits for the Rockies. 1 man out. Swung on and missed by Nolan. 2-run triple and a strikeout for Arenado. Nolan in 2013, his first year in the big leagues, drove in 52. Next year he drove in 61. That was last year in just 111 games. He's already got 42 in 52 games this year. Two outs, so Osuna making the catch, and that'll bring up Cargo.
Now, you wouldn't run on these outfield arms. As a group, they're all very, very accurate. They're all well above average arm strength. Yelich won the first Gold Glove as a Marlins outfielder. Marlins history. Ozuna's a very solid center fielder, and then Stanton out in right field.
Moves well for a big man, really does. Great athlete.
Great athlete. Throws well, too.
Cargo struck out in the first and hit a missile right at Stanton his last time up. Cargo's hitting 7 of his last 8 to the tune of a .375 batting average.
Cargo crushed that last ball. I mean, that's why baseball is so frustrating. You square up a ball.
This ball is well hit right center field, way back, and gone! 3-run jab, Carlos Gonzalez. How good that must feel. It's been a while. A Cargo-esque shot to right center. And it's 9-2 Colorado.
Well, he's starting to heat up. He said 375 in the month of June. He hadn't had a homer in a long time, but in that 4-hole, he's been hitting .333, 1 RBI. Gets a leg kick, gets his leg back. Hammered a fastball the at bat before for a line drive. Love to see the style. Styling, profiling, running around the bases like he's at the Belmont. Where's the Preakness?
Belmont.
Side or right?
5th home run for Cargo. And he just knocked David Phelps out. Not literally, but figuratively. Dan Jennings will take the baseball and make that call to the bullpen. We're in the 4th inning, and the Rockies have a 9 spot up.
Big ball into the visiting bullpen. When Cargo gets that leg kick, that timing's up and nice and slow. That ball's away from him. The strength, you can see the torque. Had a fastball to get back right before he lined right at Giancarlo Stanton, and then he gets a hanging curveball first pitch. There's no way Phelps thought he was going to swing at that, and Cargo blasted it.
So Andre Rienzo out of that baseball mecca, Brazil. What? Somebody handed him a baseball, not a soccer ball, evidently. He's the first Brazilian player in the history of the Marlins. I mean, how many Brazilian players have there been?
Can't think of any.
Where are you from? Sao Paulo.
What?
St. Paul, did you say? No, Sao Paulo. 2-1 on the bull. He hit a home run his last at bat, 2 for 2, single and a ribby in the first inning. So last night the Rockies had 12 hits, Billy, all singles. Today they have 11 hits, and there's a lot more splash behind their hits this afternoon.
Well, Rosario had a big home run in that 3rd inning. Had a sinker that didn't sink. Oh, no.
This one, stay up. It did. God, goodbye. Another home run for Rosario. And the Rockies are in double figures. That was a missile. The only question was, would it stay high enough to get out?
There's times where you hit a baseball so hard, almost like a top spin volley. He gets on top of it. I thought it was going to top spin into the wall. That ball got out in a hurry. You can see the top spin kind of setting it down. The guy in the cutoff sleeve shirt jumping out of the way. I think I heard him scream from up here.
Spilly, you were still playing. I've told this story on the air before. We were in Peoria. It was a spring training game, and it was one of those rare deals where the Rockies actually took BP in spring training out on the road. So they took it up in Peoria on one of the back fields. McHenry fouls that off. Giambi was on that team. You were there. And he hit, like, over the course of 2 rounds, like 12 straight balls out to right center that would have made Giambi proud.
Yeah, I mean, the Bull has so much power. So much power. His BP it's fun to watch.
And McHenry strikes out. to end the inning, but it was a big inning for the Rockies. They got 4 in the first, nothing in the second, a run in the third on the home run by Rosario. They get 5 in the fourth and will lean in the middle of it again. 10-2. Put on your seatbelt. There's been a lot of offensive fireworks for the Rockies. They're up 10-2, and they played pepper with the seats. The baby bull is in 2 of the seats. Cargo, his first home run since May the 16th, a 3-run shot. And Chris Russell ended a 0 for 49 slide for the Rockies pitching staff with a bunt single to actually ignite that 5-run rally.
Yeah, he did.
And now we go to the 5th inning. His pitching's been pretty solid, too. A couple runs on 6 hits against Russin, the former Kentucky standout. Still works out there in the offseason to prepare for spring training.
Yeah, Russin was the fire starter last inning. He built it. Working both sides of the baseball today.
Andre Rienzo gets to swing the bat. Not often a reliever gets to do that. Running hard up the line. Arenado throws him out. By the way, he is one of 3 Brazilians ever, and they're all 3 active right now. Dougie did a little homework. Yan Gomes. I didn't know Yan Gomes was from Brazil. And Paulo Orlando. There you go. Hey, we get tacos, folks. The Rockies have hit that magic number of 7. Don't forget to go to your participating Taco Bell location tomorrow between 4 and 6 to get your Rockies taco special. Live Mas at Taco Bell. There's another footnote on the home runs. The Rockies, when hitting a home run this year, are 21 and 14. When they don't hit any, they're just 3 and 15. D. Gordon behind 0-2.
Well, as excited as Rienzo was to get in the at-bat as a reliever, he did the Cardinals sin. Long inning, swing at the first pitch. And it really messes up D. Gordon's at-bat, because then D was forced to take a pitch and then swing at 2 balls out of the zone. Not that he had to swing at the balls out of the zone. Those are great pitches by Russell, but still, as a hitter, you don't want the relief pitcher swinging first pitch.
You know what he actually said to me today? We were talking about his game and growing up, with his dad as a tremendous pitcher for 20 years in the big leagues. He goes, I'm not a good hitter. I said, not a good hitter? You're leading all of baseball in hitting. He goes, I'm coming along, but I just don't feel like I'm a good hitter. Pretty nice to be hitting 364 at the start of the day and not consider yourself a good hitter. Martin Prado 1 for 2.
How does that even work? You're leading baseball in hits by nearly 15 hits over the next person, and you're still not good?
Well, but it tells you, gives you a little insight, and you're big on this, Billy, because we've talked about this off the air quite a bit. What drives somebody? What motivates somebody? How competitive are you? Well, obviously he's not content. You got to like that.
I do like that to a point, until the point that you still have to realize when you are doing well, and when you have reached the point where, yes,
pat yourself on the back.
Yeah, every now and then you deserve to massage yourself.
Prado walks with 2 outs, and that'll bring up the big fella. Stanton has struck out twice. He has struck out a bunch this year. 77 times. Last year he struck out 170. 10 of his last 16 hits are home runs.
And a lot of those are solo shots, and you're hoping that the 2-out walk doesn't come back to bite you.
I got a strange stat for you, Spilly. When Stanton homers, he's hit 18 home runs. He's had a couple games with multi-homers. There's that cutter in. It's 0-2. Boy, he does not look comfortable against Russell. But Miami's just 7-9 when he hits 1 out.
Wow. Well, he should hit homers more often then.
Rockies up 10-2. See where Russin goes here. He got him on a changeup last time. And he went soft away.
Going quick pitch. Quick pitch, soft away. And I always remember Matt Herges. Matt Herges was great. He would do the slide step changeup. Try to work fast, high leg kick, throw fastball, and then he would just do a quick pitch, slide step changeup, and straight panic for the hitter.
0-2, swung on and missed. He got him for a 3rd time. Good pitching by Chris Russin. Prado left at first. Middle of 5. The Rockies up 10-2. Stakes, and American Pharaoh runs away with it, and we have a Triple Crown winner for the first time since 1978 and affirmed. Bob Baffert's horse wins the Triple Crown, and it wasn't close. I'm not a horse racing guy, but I have chills.
Yeah,
man.
that was
How about
awesome.
that?
Yeah, I got goosebumps. That's great.
Unofficially in 226 and change, covering a mile and a half on a beautiful day in New York at the Belmont Stakes. How about that? And here the Rockies are up 10-2. They've been lapping the Marlins.
Now I need somebody to win the Triple Crown so I don't have to use all my Ducky Betwood jokes. All one of them. Said he could just put it on my bill.
How about that, man? 1978. There have been horses that have been close. That's rolled through the left side. Daniel Descalso will sacrifice a bat for a knock any day. It's the Rockies' 13th hit of the afternoon. That'll bring up Brandon Barnes.
The only guy in the lineup without a hit. Come on, Barnes.
The human double espresso shot.
Witness history. That was great. Back-to-back homers last inning. First time since first time this year for the Rockies, and then a Triple Crown winner.
And I wanted to say it down the stretch they come, but we came back on the air just a smidgen late. I got to call my first horse race. 1 ball, 1 strike on Barnesy. Two balls and a strike. Andre Rienzo in relief of David Phelps. Phelps goes 3 2/3, gives up 9 runs on 11 hits. That will beat up your old ERA a little bit.
Yeah, that'll leave a mark.
Echeverria will catch the pop one out.
All fans on Tuesday, June 9th will receive an LED bulb upon exiting the game, courtesy of XL Energy. If it lights up blue, red, or green, you can win a suite for 12 or other great prizes.
How much has this guy been a boon to the Rockies? Chris Russin.
He's been great. He's been great. And I think of David Hale, and I think of Chad Bettis and Paulson and Brandon Barnes, guys that have come up from Albuquerque that have made a mark.
Here's some of the upcoming starters. Kyle Kendrick's going to go tomorrow in the conclusion of this 3-game set against the Marlins. David Hale will go Monday against St. Louis. De La Rosa will go Tuesday against St. Louis. Chad Bettis has been pushed a couple of days.
Give him a little extra time. He's 4 quality starts in 5 games that he started. He's been great. I mean, to say he's been great is an understatement.
He's pitched like an ace.
Yes, he has.
1-0 on Blackman, 2 for 3, couple runs scored. You know, it's nice also, Spilly, as hot as this is where the team aspect comes in, and you know where I'm going with this. As hot as Troy has been, scheduled day off, he gets 24 hours off his feet, and his teammates have thrown up a crooked number.
It's great. And you need that. You need that for your position players. You need it for the guys that are the role players. But it happens more often at Coors Field, where it's not a slight on any of the role players. I was a role player my entire career. Some of the best games I'll ever have was because of Coors Field being at altitude. I had the potential to have a big game. So getting the days off for your superstars at Coors Field, to me, was more important. Gets you a break from the altitude. Because I wasn't expected to get 2 homers on the road. At Coors Field, I had a chance.
Yep. Troy had driven in 8 in his last 3 games. been a big part of that also the last 4 or 5 weeks. That's the guy at second base, Daniel Descalso. Every time he gets an opportunity, he's been in the middle of things offensively. That's some big hits. Willeen hasn't played as much because of how Ben Paulson's played. He gets a start today, 3 for 3, 2 home runs. He's driven in 3, scored 3. Cargo stepping forward.
It's good to see Cargo starting to hit too. I mean, Tulo's been hitting the ball really well the last week. Cargo's starting to warm up. Coors Field, when it gets warm, we're going to start seeing the numbers. I mean, it's strange to look through major league leaders and not see many Rockies leading in something. Slugging percentage, batting average at home.
It's a walk to Blackman. 2 on for LeMahieu, who is also a perfect 3 for 3. I want to leave DJ out. Here's the highlights of his afternoon. That was a hit and run. That ball was about 8 inches off the plate. This is a double to the right field corner. And that's called right back through the originator. Two outs, Descalso at second, Charlie Blackman at first.
When you did 3 for 3, there's times where you can just, hey, I got the 3 hits already. You know, I'm not really focused in on this at bat. I think you've heard me talk about the Pete Rose story where he yells at Tony Perez. Pete asks Tony, hey, how many hits are you going to get today? Tony says, I'm going to get 3, Pete. He says, well, that's terrible. What happens if you get 5 at bats, 7 at bats? You're just going to give those away? The answer is you try to get a hit as many times as you're going to get an at bat. So for DJ, and we know he's trying to get a hit right here.
This ball right center field, but Stanton's going to get over there and make the catch. Thought for a moment that was going to get down. Rockies will leave 2 on in the 5th. 10-2 they lead. The Marlins. All right, batter's eye. We talk about it, and the Rockies put that ivy on a few years back. It's a little like Wrigley Field. Actually, looks like where the Rockies just were in Philadelphia. Your favorite backgrounds to hit from, Spilly?
Well, this all stems because Giancarlo Stanton last night talked about how much he enjoys a forest green backdrop, and I agree with him. It's a lot easier to see the baseball. You can see Coors Field is beautiful, great backdrop. Chase Field, another one, big dark green one, and then yes, I like that batter's eye in Philadelphia, but there's also a couple that I don't like.
Baker bloops one into right field for a base hit. Where was it tough to pick up the baseball?
Dodger Stadium. The batter's eye is well behind the wall, and it's small at Wrigley Field and Shea Stadium. I mean, all the old stadiums had these old batter's eye that just seemed, they were small, they were farther away from center field, and you could see. I mean, if they would have had good batter's eyes, I would have hit 400 everywhere.
You would have been an even more special player.
Oh, I would have been the best ever.
Fouled off by Hasuna. Like Hasuna, if he faced the Rockies seemingly every day, they'd be making a bust of him and Canton. Canton. How about Cooperstown?
Yeah, Cooperstown.
I don't know about Canton. I don't know where he plays football, but he's pretty good at baseball.
Very good.
I'm going to Cooperstown tomorrow, and I said Canton. How did that happen?
That's for the perfect game tournament. Is that what it is?
That's the at Dreams Park, the best 12-year-old tournament every week for 13 weeks. So that beautiful hamlet of Cooperstown, New York.
Yeah.
Great week. Great week. Here's the 1-1, and that's fouled off.
Going back to the batter's eye, every hitter, I'm sure if you polled several of the Rockies hitters, the Marlins hitters, majority of the people are going to talk about very similar things. Make it large and then have it to a color. In forest green, it's a really good color because it really makes the white ball pop out. Basically, what a batter's eye does is give the hitter perspective. So Dodger Stadium, it's a very small batter's eye, so it looks like the pitcher, surprisingly, it's almost an optical illusion. It makes the pitcher feel like he is 10 feet tall and standing right on top of you. When you have the big batter's eye like at Coors Field, it makes the pitcher not feel as big. He looks smaller because you have the huge wall right behind you, and it doesn't feel like the pitcher's right on top of you. If that makes any sense.
No, it does. You know, the analogy I would give is if I'm sure most people have shot baskets in a gym of some sort, and then if you've ever had the luxury, this is in the air to left center, Barnes is there, of going to an arena and shooting on a floor where the background is way off in the distance, your depth perception is so completely thrown off that it takes a while to get a feel.
Same with hitting, same with the batter's eye. That's why the larger ones, I even think of Milwaukee. Milwaukee has that great batter's eye in center field. Atlanta has a great one. Kansas City has another great one. But the ones that stuck out to me, not only because I did well, were those three batter's eyes.
You only got 5 ABs at Shea. You don't have to worry about it anymore, Spilly.
You know what? One of my greatest Shea Stadium stories happened because I stuck up for Helton. A fan was heckling, and one of your New York fans was heckling Todd on the on-deck circle. And I told the guy, I was like, hey, come on, man. Helton's one of the better guys in baseball. He does everything right. And the guy looks at the back of my jersey. He's like, who are you? Hey, Spibagus. For 3 games I haven't done. Spibagus. Don't even shower. Go straight to the bus.
Is that right?
Yep.
Spibagus. That's a strike. I think my favorite all-time story about a player being anonymous to a fan who was a would-be heckler was when Mike Krukow made his debut with the Cubs. He got called up. Just missed on Yelich. It's 3-1. He gets called up, and it's the gates had just opened. It's an hour and a half, hour 45 minutes before the game, and he's running foul poles in the outfield with a veteran pitcher. And every time he comes by the right field corner, a fan yells to him. He goes, I think it was 54, whatever his number was. Hey, 54, who are you? And it was a 3-1. That's fouled off. Krukow would, try to play it off. I'm a big leaguer now, right? Blow him off. So every time he'd come back down in that corner, he's 54, who are you? Nothing from Krukow. Crickets. Well, about the 4th time he comes by, he thinks he has something witty to say in response. He goes, buy a program. And the guy in the stand said, "I did. You're not in it."
New York fans can wear you out.
That was classic. 3-2 on Yelich. And that's off the end of the bat. Past Lenny Harris, who about 18 years ago would have fielded that.
Yeah, a long time. He was a good pinch hitter.
Really good pinch hitter.
Very good. Dodgers pinch hitter, too. That's how I know all these guys. Most of the guys, if you played Dodgers, I knew exactly who you were. Yelich broke his bat off the end of the bat. Gives me a chance to talk about how good Russin's been. 17 out of 24 first pitch strikes.
There's blue on. Look at it. Hold on, Spilly. Did you see that baseball? I think there's some cotton candy on it now. That ball got put back in play. The pitcher'd get thrown out for doctoring the baseball. And that misses. So Russin, with 1 out, has 2 on after the walk to Yelich. And Jeff Mathis coming up. 83 pitches in. Miguel Cabrera. That's a great photo from Twitter account of MLB. Been there, done that.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
It's good to see an umbrella blocking out the sunshine as opposed to raindrops. Mathis is single and robbed of a hit by Nolan Arenado. He did get an RBI and a ground out in the 4th inning. Two walks allowed and 7 hits allowed this afternoon by Chris Russin at an .077 ERA entering play today. Chevrolet on deck. Ground ball to short and bobbled, and you don't get anybody, so that'll be an error on Descalso. That's a shame. Initially I didn't know if it was hit hard enough to turn 2, but Daniel had the little bobble and Mathis beat it, so now the bases are loaded for Echeverria.
Well, you can see Russin trying to get that double play ball to get himself out of the inning. Descalso runs up. That was a slow ball, trying to make a quick exchange so he can make that double play. Close play at first, but Mathis running hard out of the box. Now you're going to just try to make sure this doesn't get out of hand right here.
5th error on Descalso. Echeverria single and a ground ball to 3rd. Seeing a lot of bodies moving that Rockies bullpen.
Russin's at 87 pitches right now. Make that 88.
Line drive. Oh, what a grab! Descalso robbing Adady Echeverria.
That was sweet. There are so many times on a baseball field where you make an error and you will not get another baseball hit to you, and it grinds at you and it hurts because you know that mistake may have costed your buddy an earned run or extra innings or extra pitches, but Descalso full on laying out. Echeverria, you've done that to guys before. Don't be sad. Great play by Daniel. Makes up for the error right there. That was awesome.
Yeah, you make a wonderful point. How often do you get another chance? Donovan Solano is going to be the pinch hitter. Unique things about baseball. Basketball, you blow a layup, hopefully, pretty quickly or shortly thereafter, you have another opportunity to do something positive offensively. Football, you can get your aggression out if you miss a block or have a bad play, get it out on the very next play. Descalso, the rare opportunity to make amends for the boo-boo a moment ago. It came literally seconds later. Scott Oberg. Brian Morris, I should say, is now up in the Marlins bullpen. 1 ball, 1 strike on Solano.
Solano was a guy that the Marlins had a lot of high expectations for. They still do. But with how good Echeverria and D. Gordon have been, Prado being the quality of bat that he has been, Solano's been really relegated to pinch hitting duties.
On 1 hop to short, and nicely done by Chris Russin. Picked up his teammate. And Descalso also picked himself up. No harm done in the inning. 10-2 Rockies. Rosario putting a helmet on. He's done a lot of damage. A couple home runs today. Chris Russin has been very fine again in his 3rd appearance with the Rockies. The day after every Rockies victory, get 50% off your online order at Papa John's. The promo code is ROXWIN at papajohns.com. New pitcher is Brian Morris. Brian's been scored upon in 2 of his last 5 outings. 6th career appearance against the Rockies. He's been busy. This is his 28th appearance.
Well, Marlins bullpen has been fairly effective. I mean, other than the back end late in the game with all the blown saves, but average fastball velocity 93.6 miles an hour. They're going to run some guys at you that are going to be throwing some gas.
Arenado a triple to drive in 2 in the 1st. Morris has a big arm as well. It's 95 to 98.
That's no fun when it's the 6th inning. You've run some pitchers out already. Now you got to face this guy, number 96 with the hard slider.
And not only, we've discussed this many times, how the game's changed. There's guys running out there in the 6th inning who throw in the mid to high 90s. How about this guy's running out there down by 8 runs in the 6th inning? Usually got the soft tosser, the long haul guy, right?
Man. Yeah, there's
mop up guy touching 88.
Exactly. Yeah, you get the mop up guy throwing 88 and you get to tee off on him.
Here's their plus or minus 5 guy. He sits on 97.
I remember, I mean, it really felt like a couple years ago. There was a game, Rockies run out Tim Lincecum. He goes 5 innings. And the first guy that come out of the pen is Casilla, throwing 100 miles an hour. And we're looking at each other. Bring Tim Lincecum back.
Right.
Bring the Cy Young. We don't want to face 100. What's the point of running a good pitcher out when you have to face a guy throwing even harder?
3-1, and Nolan takes a strike at 96. And that's where some philosophies have changed, where it used to be get in the bullpen, Now guys are taking less pitches and being more aggressive because it's almost better to have a third or fourth shot at a guy you have a feel for. It's ball to center field, as opposed to, as you say, getting 2 at bats late against, fresh arms throwing in the high 90s.
Yeah, no, thank you.
It's time for this afternoon's Game Changer, brought to you by T-Mobile. We have a lot of options. How about the 3-run jack? That's always a good option. Cargo is last time up. Absolutely crushed this baseball. High fives all around, in the stands and in the dugout. Cargo rips this one through the hole. He's got another multi-hit game. He's hit the ball hard 3 times today. We go back to that first at bat. It was bad at bat. I mean, Cargo would be the first to tell you that after the game. He's got a runner at third, nobody out.
Terrible at bat.
And he didn't swing at a strike. 3 pitches, and he was back in the dugout. He had to wear it for probably a half hour. Ripped the ball to Stanton his next time up. Spilly hit the 3-run homer, and then a well-struck ball through 3 infielders on the right side.
It really has been. I mean, but this is also what we're seeing out of Cargo. Was it 4 at bats? He's swinging every single pitch. Every single pitch today he's swinging. First pitch line drive to right field. First pitch hanging curveball for a home run. That was a first pitch base hit. 3 pitches in the first at bat. So sometimes getting out of the slump is just swinging the bat. Just get up there, grip it and rip it. And then there's other times as you progress, you can't just do that day in and day out. You're going to have to wait for your pitch.
Cargo, for the first time this year, back-to-back multi-hit games. And the average is starting to creep up to 239. How about multi-home run games? Baby ball. That one's to left center, and then this one he got on top of, man. Got the top hand through and just hit a top spin liner over the wall and left. 2-1.
Oh, and that back-to-back was the first one of the season, and the first time since September 3rd of 2014 with Nolan and Corey Dickerson. We haven't said that name in a while. He actually goes out on a rehab assignment tomorrow. He's going to extended spring training in Arizona.
Well, when he does come back, it's going to present a tough roster decision for the Rockies. 3-1 on Wallin. On the corner, 3-2. 1 out, Cargo at first. Michael McHenry on deck. Strikeout of Rosario by Brian Morris.
Want to host a party on the rooftop? Ask about our Tawaka Terrace deck pregame picnic area. Tawaka Terrace Loft or Shane Co. Bana party areas. Call today.
Brian Morris get hurt? He's standing on the rubber, but the trainer's coming out with Dan Jennings.
It's like he's holding his hip. That's not the face like he's going to stay in.
So Morris will come out with 2 outs in the 6th inning. And the Marlins will have a new arm when we come back. Rockies, we're happy to report, up by 8 runs here in the bottom of the 6th. Lexus look back. Colorado's #1 volume Lexus dealer. Nolan Arenado in the bottom of the first. A 2-run triple. The Rockies would score 4 times in the first frame. Willeen Rosario, 3 for 4. He has a couple of home runs in this game. Hit one in the third, hit one in the fourth. Cargo hit a 3-run shot in the 4th inning as the Rockies crossed home plate 5 times. There's the second for Willeen. You get the picture. The Rockies up 10-2 in the bottom of the 6th inning. So Morris had to leave. And warming up on the mound. And after an injury, he has all the time he needs. The relievers warm up fairly quickly, but this is a kid with probably a few more butterflies than he ordinarily would have because he is making his major league debut. It's Kendry Flores, who on Tuesday was summoned from AA Jacksonville, and he was leading the Southern League in WHIP at 0.85, 4th in the league in ERA.
Guy acquired from the Casey McGee trade with the Giants. He was in San Jose last year, so it went from A-ball a year ago to AA, having a good start in AA. Now you're in the big leagues. This is a fast track. That's a very fast track.
Well, if you can get guys out at the minor league level and your stuff is legit, it's a philosophy you see more and more in baseball. Don't waste the bullets down in the Southern League or in the Cal League or in the Texas League.
You know what? Not a lot of teams, not all teams believe in that philosophy. But if there is a chance and you have a guy that can run it up there at a high velocity, I think it's more so with the guy that throws hard. I would rather see higher velocities. And again, just because you throw hard doesn't mean it gets guys out. You still have to have some deception. You still need to have some control. But if you can control a fastball at a high velocity, coming out of the bullpen where a major league hitter is going to see you one time, maybe a couple times at the most, I think he can do well in the big league level. Certainly, you don't need him in AA. Can help a team win the major league level. I don't see why you wouldn't use a guy like that.
So Mike McHenry steps in against Kendry Flores. His first big league pitch misses, and it's ball 1. McHenry had his first career triple driving in a run in that 4-run first. This is up the middle, and Echeverria can't make the play. Cargo is going to go to third. Kind of hopped up late on him. I'm sure it'll be a base hit for McHenry.
We'll see how they rule this one. This is, you're begging as a hitter for it to be a hit, and as a defender you're begging for it to be a hit. See, it hits right off the grass, right off the dirt, ends up being a hit. Echeverria, right off the heel of his glove, just pops up on him.
Rockies with 15 hits. Descalso had a base hit in the 5th inning. He's 1 for 3. And it's a high fly ball. It's not really going to make it too far out into right field. D. Gordon goes out and makes the catch. That'll end the inning. 2 hits, 2 men left. We'll go to the 7th. 10-2 Colorado at Coors Field. Rockies real time. Rockies reliever Adam Ottavino is working harder than ever to get back on the mound after having Tommy John surgery recently. And when he's not getting treatment, he's probably got a camera in his hand, sharing his love of photography. He recently also made an appearance on our Root Sports set during our pre- and post-game festivities. That's new Rockies real time tonight, right after the game. The Northeastern kid, Adam Ottavino. Brooklyn kid, went to Northeastern, #1 pick of the St. Louis Cardinals. Chris Russell's still out there.
We'll see if this is going to be, if you can get D. Gordon quickly, if you're going to get to see Martin Prado.
Well, he's going to get D. Gordon here.
Perfect.
You know what? 1 pitch, 1 out. I can tell you who doesn't want to see him. That's Giancarlo Stanton.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Stanton's 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts against Russell.
You can see Tom Reynolds and Steve Foster talking up here, kind of figuring out what do you want to do. When you talk to Walt, you got to say, hey, he's had 92 pitches. He hasn't really been stretched out that much yet.
First pitch strike on Prado. 1 for 2, a triple and a walk. Triple off the center field wall. Sharply hit to Descalso, stayed down for Daniel, 2 outs. So coming up is Giancarlo Stanton. I got to tell you an interesting story, and this is how big Stanton has become. This painting went at an auction, a charitable auction, for $25,000, and it's a really interesting piece. And the story behind the painter, I think, is even more fascinating. A guy who works as a janitor, I believe in a school, his wife bought him basically a painting set. I assume oil painting, and he took lessons, and obviously he's really, really gifted. Took to it very quickly. He painted Giancarlo Stanton, and that painting went for $25,000, and now it's this gentleman's goal. And when he heard the price, he was moved to tears, and it's his goal now. And there's a gentleman. It's his goal now to raise over $1 million with his artwork. Wow. How cool is that story? An anonymous bid of 25 grand. I asked Giancarlo today, because remember the Sports Illustrated cover, Sports Illustrated, where they had painted his uniform on him.
They do that every day before every game.
Paint his uniform. It looks like it. You're right. And he's really got to get here early, because he told me it took him 11 and a half hours to do the body paint. I said, how long did it take to take it off? He said, about an hour. Two-two, and Russin has completed the golden sombrero. He strikes out Stanton 4 times with an assortment of pitches. What a job by Chris Russin. go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Chris Russin's lobbying to hit here, and Williams saying, "Hold on."
No, Rosario's lobbying for Russin to hit.
Oh, he was his advocate.
Like, come on, Rosario. No, he's done.
99 pitches, 7 innings. Brandon Barnes leading things off. This is, look at D. Gordon, man. Talk about closing speed. He wasn't even in your picture. Looked like American Pharaoh at the Belmont today.
Unless there's a wall in front of it. Yeah, that was awesome. Good effort. You're down 8 runs. Ball's hit down in the right field corner. You're still giving the effort for your teammates. Doesn't go down in the box score that the guy puts great effort out every single night. But the guys, if you watch baseball players and you see the guys that are doing so well, and you appreciate that effort.
One ball, one strike. Ooh, nice effort in the stands.
Yeah.
Good job. 1-2 on Barnes. Rafael Inoa, not Chris Russin on deck. Russin's going to go 7 innings. Allowed 2 runs on 7 hits on 99 pitches, 2 walks, a career high 8 strikeouts, half of them Giancarlo Stanton's. 12th time in Stanton's career he struck out 4 times in a game. 2nd time this year. Chavarria 1 out.
Follow the Rockies with MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live Rockies baseball. At Bat is up to the moment. At any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com at Bat now.
So Rafael Inoa hitting here with 1 out against Kendry Flores in his big league debut. This is with a curveball. 15 hits for the Rockies this afternoon.
Well, 2 games started for Russin, 2 quality starts.
And Rafi continues to swing the bat, whether as a starter or off the bench.
You mentioned it with Corey Dickerson going to get some at-bats in extended spring training. There is going to be some tough decisions to make. You know, he's playing very good baseball. Switch hitter. I mean, he's making it really difficult. That's weird that we don't have that luxury of having to make these decisions, thankfully. But he's making a case for himself.
Well, you know, I mean, because of his versatility, you got to have a backup middle infielder. Yep. You got one in Descalso. You really can't have just one. You got to have a couple. And he's 7 for 20 pinch hitting.
Pinch hitting's hard, and for him to take those at bats. On the other side of it, you have Donovan Solano, who's 2 for 17 pinch hitting.
So many things that are positives about Rafael Inoa. Rafi, a switch hitter who can play 3 infield spots, play left or right field. Been impressed with how he's run around in the outfield.
Yep.
That's a base hit for Charlie. His 3rd knock of the ball game. 17 hit day for the Rockies. They needed one of these, Billy.
They really did. And I think as a group, you need to be able to put these at bats together, the quality at bats. Charlie's been a quality at bat all year long. Top of the lineup, he's raised his on-base percentage well above what it was last year. Here's a ball just tailing away from him. I love that he's not trying to swing for the fences. Yes, it's 10-2. You've already had 2 hits. These are the at-bats that are important. Keep piling on. You don't know how many times you're going to get 3 hits in a game.
DJ, he has 3 hits today, 3 for 4, 2 singles and a double. He's driven a run in, scored 2. DJ looking back and saying, wait a second, that couldn't have been a strike. Here's an interesting graphic. Here's the leaders in the National League right now. D. Gordon at 362. Paul Goldschmidt having an unbelievable year at 349. DJ next at 341 after his work today. And our friend Adrian Gonzalez with the Dodgers at 338. Look at the note at the bottom. The last National League second baseman to win a batting title, the great Jackie Robinson, way back in 1949.
It's amazing.
That is amazing.
Has his number retired as a Rocky, too.
See that 42, as it should be in every ballpark.
Yes, it should.
I would have thought, you know, really quickly, you think back all the great hitters who played second base. And it used to be more of a defensive position, but, you know, Joe Morgan in the 70s with the big red machine. You know, Jeff Kent was a great hitter. Figured somebody in there would have won a batting title. Rogers Hornsby was a second baseman. He won 7 batting titles. That was way back in the 20s.
I was thinking Freddie Sanchez off the top of my head, but he wasn't a full-time second baseman.
That's right. Freddie did win a batting title with Pittsburgh.
Yep.
The last second baseman in the American League was Julio Franco. This is sharply hit. D. Gordon flips to Echeverria, and they turn the double play 4-6-3. So we'll move on to the 8th inning. The Rockies comfortably in front 10-2 behind a season high 17 hits. It's 10-2 Colorado. The Rockies season high in hits prior to today was 16 opening day at Miller Park in Milwaukee. Defensively, Rafael Ynoa is going to give Nolan Arenado the last couple of innings off, and hard-throwing Tommy Kahnle is on in the 8th inning after 7 tremendous innings from Chris Rusin.
No doubt. I mean, you get 7 innings pitched, you're going to give your team a chance to win. You saw it last night with Kohler for the Marlins, but 2 straight consecutive starts for Rusin, 2 quality starts. And the guys, I mean, we talk about David Hale, Chad Bettis, Rusin coming up, the ability for them from the Albuquerque to just come and pitch at the major league level and giving you these quality starts. 4, 6, 7 between the 3 of them.
And a career high 8 strikeouts for Rusin. And this ball is topped to deep short, and Descalso is going to get him easily. Gets Jeff Baker by a couple of steps. We've seen Daniel make a couple of really pretty moves in the hole in his starts. 1 out, and that'll bring up Marcell Ozuna to face Kahnle. We have a tweet on Pat Venditti, who made his major league debut with the A's yesterday. He wanted to know more about Venditti, who's an ambidextrous pitcher, and yesterday he threw 2 innings for the A's, gave up only 1 hit, and Spilly, he used both arms.
Yes, he did. His first batter he faced, he threw left-handed. The second batter, he has to announce to the umpire which side he's going to pitch. Here he goes throwing left-handed. First the batter that he sees against the lefty gets the out. Then he has to tell the umpire, hey, I'm going to throw with my right hand. And this is what he does. And the Pat Venditti rule was established because of this guy. And the rule is a pitcher must indicate visually to the umpire, the batter, and any runners the hand with which he intends to pitch. He's not permitted to pitch with the other hand until the at-bat is over.
We saw him. Were you doing the game with me in spring training?
Yes,
he faced the Rockies.
Yes, he did.
And he's got that unique glove,
yep.
which
works
with either hand. 2-1 fastball, and it's 2-2. Actually, that's probably a changeup. There's the glove.
Now you can see the note. It says first pitcher to throw with both arms in a game since Greg Harris. Now Greg Harris was a right-handed starter that could throw left-handed, but he wasn't.
Whoa, that's a nice pickup by Noah, and a pick at first by Rosario. Wow. Billy, I know you were an outfielder, but that pickup by Noah, I mean, he had to take a drop step to get a decent look at the hop.
I played some first base, and I wasn't very good at that either. Infield was something I was allergic to, but backhand, take a drop step, spin around, sidearm throw, and then again, we have to talk about Willeen Rosario and how much he has put the effort and the work. This is a tough short hop, backhand short hop, stay on the bag. And this is not an easy scoop, especially for a guy that's still, I mean, he really is just learning that first base position. You can see how he uses the bag, uses the corner so he can get farther length so he can reach that ball. That's a great play.
Yeah, that's an in-between. You know, we talk about in-between hops. That is not an easy one to scoop.
Not an easy one at all.
People, especially left-side infielders, got so spoiled with Helton over there for a decade and a half.
Well, you had the Big Cat, then you had Helton, and then you had Justin Morneau. 3 unbelievable first basemen.
Oh, Willeen able to knock it down partially. That would have been a splendid way to finish the inning.
That would have been awesome.
Yelich gets a base hit.
Yelich pulls this ball right down the first baseline. Rosario diving to his left. Hit the glove, it just didn't stick in there, and you can see him pounding the first base dirt. He wanted that play, and then he makes a slide look sweet.
I'll bring up Jeff Mathis. 1 for 3. Has an RBI this afternoon. First start of the year. He broke his hand, his throwing hand, on a foul tip in spring training.
I played against this guy all through the minor leagues. He was always a top prospect with the Angels. Always a guy that they really felt was going to be able to hit. And defensively, he's excellent receiving catcher. I mean, people, when he went to Toronto,
he wasn't only one of the top prospects in the Angel system. He was one of the top prospects in baseball. It just goes to show you, and you know this, Billy, how difficult it is to get to the big leagues, to stay at the big leagues, and for guys that were drafted high to fulfill their promise. There's so many guys that are drafted in the first round that never reach the big leagues. We did a little research. Dougie did this earlier. You were drafted in the 7th round in 2002. And there were, back then, there were 40 rounds. That misses. There were only 4 guys in the 7th round of the 2002 draft that got to the big leagues, to give you an idea how difficult it was. Matt Capps, Mike O'Connor, Jonah Bayless, and Tom, 5, and Tom Wilhelmsen, and you were the 5th. You had a lengthy career with a lot of success. Matt Capps has had a good career, 444 games out of the bullpen as a setup guy, part-time closer. Mike O'Connor got 35 games, so just a brief career. Jonah Bayless, 61 games, fairly brief career. Tom Wilhelmsen's done some good work with Seattle. But that gives you an idea, I mean, you know this, just how tough it is. So Mathis was his great prospect, but he's carved out a big league career. Carr going foul ground will make the catch. Mathis is retired. The Marlins are retired in the 8th inning. We go to the bottom of the 8th. The Rockies up 10-2 on the Marlins.
There's 10,000 fans through the gates tomorrow will receive a Troy Tulowitzki bobblehead, sponsored by Rapid City. Come early, all gates open at noon. Here it is. Don't touch this, Drew. I've heard you've broken these things before.
I'm trying to remember. It may have been a Helton one. I went like that and the head fell off.
Like, you can shake him like here, and I mean, it really looks like he's got the elbow pad, the eye black, his bat's waving. It's pretty good. It's really well done. It's a good one.
Was there a Spielberg's bobblehead?
No. Why would there be a Spielberg's bobblehead?
I don't know.
I was a fourth, fifth out. Yeah, I know. A Spielberg's Shea Stadium, go straight to the bus, don't shower bobblehead doll. That'd be sweet.
Ben Paulson. This is the pitcher spot. Used to be the 3-hole where Arenado was hitting. Nolan is just fine. Just a couple of innings off at the end with the big lead. 0-2 on Paulson. Still out there, Kendry Flores.
That was a really awkward swing for Paulson after the 0-1 pitch. Kind of joke around with them. They probably looked like he was swinging underwater.
And this one is punched to left, and it is run down nicely out there by the Gold Glover, Christian Yelich. Our CenturyLink link to what's next tomorrow afternoon. It's Urena and Kendrick in what should be the rubber game of this series, with the Marlins winning last night and the Rockies up by 8 runs here in the 8th. And how about the record for Kyle Kendrick against the Marlins in his career? 14-3.
That's great.
That is great. Cargo has had a very good afternoon. Strikeout, a line shot caught by Stanton, and a line shot 3-run home run about 450 feet away to right center field, and a base hit to right. Two and 0.
Tell you what, Flores has settled in nicely for the Marlins in his major league debut, and from the unfortunate watching Brian Morris have to walk off the field. Don't know why, but to come in when you're a starting pitcher and you have your routine, and now you're all of a sudden, there was no call to the bullpen, hey, get this guy loose. He was just called down Flores, you're going to be in Major League debut. And to take your time to warm up, he didn't really do that.
And 4 pitches, none in the strike zone, so a walk for Cargo.
Which is funny because he swung at everything throughout the entire game, and right there he takes a walk.
Yeah. The reason that Morris had to leave, we just got word, lower back spasm.
Okay.
Hey, you getting excited about heading to?
Yes, I am.
New York metropolitan area, over to Jersey for the Major League Draft. You're going to make the announcement. The Rockies have the 3rd pick. They have 4 in the first 44.
I feel completely honored. I was asked during winter meetings by the Rockies front office if I would be the representative for the Colorado Rockies at this year's Major League Baseball draft, and I was floored and completely honored to have that opportunity. And then I asked immediately after if I was allowed to actually make the selection. Like, I'm going to pick the guy. And they said, no, of course not.
Yeah, whatever piece of paper gets handed you, don't deviate from the script.
Yeah, just read what's on the paper.
Right. I know how badly you want to say Dylan Tate out of
UC Santa Barbara.
UC Santa Barbara.
I would love to say that, but I'm sure the Rockies have done their homework, and as much as I would love to see Gaucho, they will do what's best for the organization, not for me and the UC Santa Barbara Gauchos.
Well put and diplomatically put.
Yep.
Every man a Gaucho.
Every man should be a Gaucho.
2-0 on Wallin. And he took a home run hack. 2-1. Cargo at first with 1 out in the bottom of the 8th inning.
What do you think? Should I go bow tie for this thing, or?
Do you know how to tie a bow tie?
No, you get the clip-ons.
That's the last one I wore. I think was a clip-on. I don't know how to tie a bow tie. And we were just in Cincinnati, and they have bow tie Tuesdays. So Tommy Brenneman, Chris Welsh, they wear a bow tie every Tuesday. And Welsh has taught Brenneman
how to tie it.
Well, he's taught him, but he hasn't taught him well enough that he can do it on his own. So he has to do his and Tommy's.
Nice.
Yeah, if we go, we should do that. We'll do a bow tie at some point.
You want to go bow tie?
Good clip on, so.
Yeah. Bow tie, pocket square, draft guy.
That's you. 2-2. Here's something on the draft. So Stanton came out in 07, and he was a 2nd round pick. Stanton has 172 home runs. If you add up, or actually if you look at every player drafted before him, the next best is 92 by Matt Wieters. D. Gordon saying, I got it, and indeed he does. Also in that draft, Jason Hayward, Todd Frazier, Josh Donaldson, J.P. Arancibia. It's a good draft.
That's a great draft.
Bumgarner was in that draft. David Price was in that draft out of Vandy. Rick Porcello was in that draft. It was a good draft, but I have to think if you redraft it now, I don't think Stanton's going in the 2nd round.
No, I'm pretty certain he's going to be 1st pick overall, and the guy probably right after him is going to be Josh Donaldson.
You'd have to think long and hard about that, wouldn't you, if you were redrafting?
I don't see why you wouldn't consider him at least a top 5 pick out of those names right there.
Bumgarner's got to go, though.
Yeah.
Bumgarner's got to go.
He gave up a grand slam today. He's lost it.
He fell down your list?
Yeah, he lost it.
All right, well, I'm going to outmaneuver you then. I'm going to take him.
Donaldson's a quiet MVP candidate for Toronto. 15 home runs, hitting in one of the best lineups in the American League.
It's a bopper lineup. Batista, Encarnacion, Donaldson, Mark Burley on the hill. You're done in an hour 45.
Yep.
Henry 2 for 4. Fly ball to left field. Yelich will have it. We'll go to the 9th inning. The Rockies looking for 3 more outs to close out the Marlins. They're up 10-2. Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. By Mike Shaw Subaru, always our lowest price in sales and service guaranteed. And by the Courtyard by Marriott, Western elegance in the cultural heart of the city. The Rockies with the 10th spot on the board as we go to the 9th inning. 10-2, Colorado. And out to center field we go. Jenny and Jason Hirsch.
All right, Drew.
Jenny, you got to move your seat up higher.
I know. Jason's so tall.
I got to slouch.
Coming up on the Toyota postgame show, we're going horse theme in honor of American Pharoah winning the Triple Crown. So we'll start there. Triple Crown, a couple of triples in this game, 3 of them to be exact, and triple the home runs with 3 of those.
Yeah, and they ran in the Belmont Rakes. The Colorado Rockies put together a season-high 17 hits today. Singles, doubles, triples, home runs. Oh, my.
And you can't forget about Kentucky Brad. American Pharoah, he's from Winchester, Kentucky. And Chris Russin on the mound dealing tonight. He went to the University of Kentucky. See the similarities there, Drew?
And your kinfolk are from Kentucky.
And my kinfolk are from Kentucky. So a good day all around. And we got a big Rockies win, hopefully, to talk about. So we'll see you on the Toyota postgame show.
Hey, Jenny, very quickly, because I haven't asked you this in a few days. Did you have any moonshine when you were in Kentucky?
Oh, wait. We got to go. Got to go to baseball. Got to go back to baseball. Action.
As we thought, Spilly. That was a definite yes.
Yes, it is. I mean, no answer is a yes.
Yeah. That was a passive denial.
Yep.
So here we go. Rafael Betancourt will be asked to get the final 3 outs. And Rafael work initially to Adeiny Echeverria. Strike pitch from Rafael, and that's fouled back. This is Rafi's first appearance since
we don't talk about that day.
Rough Tuesday night.
That is the part of baseball that is just, you can have your heart ripped out one day and next day you have to turn the page, especially as a reliever. And I think you've heard me talk about the wall that's out in the bullpen. It's been painted over, but for years the bullpen guys, there's great names in that bullpen that have had innings where it's gotten away from them at Coors Field.
I was talking to Brooks Brown about that. Darren Holmes, who pitched here and pitched really well here, bullpen coach now, 2-2. And that ball lined to left center field. That's going to run all the way to the wall, and Echeverria is going to have a triple. It's been a day of triples. That's the 4th triple in the game. Prado had a triple earlier for the Marlins, and The Rockies have a triple from Arenado and McHenry.
Well, on the Subaru Supermote, Rafi spiked 2 changeups right before, so Echeverria knew he was probably going to get a fastball. The fastball doesn't run all the way in, but it goes right towards that State Farm sign, right where it's kind of known as Triples Alley. It stays under the padding. That's an easy triple for Echeverria, who runs extremely well.
Here's Ichiro. He grounded out last night in a pinch hitting role. Gets a curveball for a strike. So to finish that story, Brooks Brown was saying to me before the game that Holmes has told him and all the other guys in the bullpen, listen, if you go out there 65, 70 times, George has said this a lot, you're going to have some rough outings. He goes, you may go out there and give up 8 runs in an inning. So get the run home, a ground ball to DJ, 1 out. So it's 10-3. And you have to realize that. And as a reliever, you can't worry about ERA.
No, you can't.
And Betancourt's been around forever, and he's had obviously a great deal of success. It's easy to say that for us, but he's living that experience, and can't wait to get back out there again. And you know, knowing Rafi as competitive as he is, even if he gets these next 2 guys, he's going to be disappointed because he didn't get all 3 guys.
Yep. And that's just baseball. And I know with Rafi having come back from the Tommy John, and you know, the part about baseball, and it happens with hitters all the time. I've seen it happen to a guy like Helton. There's always that creep of doubt. You know, can I continue to do this? You can see it with Cargo. You saw it with Tulo earlier this year when they're struggling. But you have to remember that the game is so long, the season is so long, the opportunities come so frequent as long as you stay positive and keep trusting in your stuff. That no matter how dark a day is, that the next day can always be better. And a lot of times it takes one little thing, a little click in your brain, and he goes, oh wait, no, I'm really good.
Anybody who's ever played that game at this game at any levels gone through that.
Everybody, Hall of Famers. Yeah. I mean, that's what's so crazy to me is how fragile confidence is at the major league level.
2-1, and it's fouled off by D. Gordon. That's why the place that's maybe the greatest refuge for you when you're struggling is being in a clubhouse or a dugout, because any guy in there can sympathize.
Yeah,
he's been there.
He's been there. Yeah, he's been through the grind.
So when you feel like you're the worst player on the planet,
just look to the guy next to him,
right,
because he's been the worst player on the planet at some point too.
2-2, and that's going to die in front of Brandon Barnes. So a base hit for Gordon. Let's check our Toyota Talk tweet from the Salt Lake Bees. LaTroy Hawkins, as you know, rehabbing with the Albuquerque Isotopes, and they're in Salt Lake City tonight. LaTroy pitched a good inning the other night. He played for the Salt Lake Buzz back in 1994. A young LaTroy Hawkins. He looks about the same to me.
I can't tell the difference. I mean, that really looks like him right now.
Here's Prado. And the 0-1 on Prado is popped up. Playable on the right side. Rosario calling for it. DJ saying, hold on. I have seniority here on the right side. I got it. 2 gone.
Stay in your lane. That's what DJ just told him. Stay in your lane. I got this one.
The difference between Willeen and 2 first basemen ago, Todd Help would have been pointed at DJ, say, you got it.
You got it.
Right?
I've seen him run out of the way of so many pop-ups at first. It was comical.
He admittedly hated catching pop-ups, and the funny thing is, here's Stan. The funny thing is, I never saw him drop one.
No.
Never saw him drop one.
He wouldn't drop one, but he did not like it.
Stanton hasn't liked anything that's transpired today, team-wise or certainly individual-wise. 4 at-bats against Chris Russin. Russin struck him out all 4 times. Raffy's ahead 1 strike. And he has a base hit that's going to run to the wall. D. Gordon is going to get a stop sign at 3rd on the double by Stanton.
That's too bad. I was really hoping for a strikeout because I was about to coin a new one.
And that was?
The Platinum Fedora.
The Platinum Fedora? Here's Jeff Baker. We showed a picture of LaTroy visiting Bake, and I know you visited with your old teammate earlier. LaTroy's name came up, and you hear this all the time when Hawk's name gets mentioned. One of my favorite teammates.
Yep. You gotta love that. I mean, it just goes to show how important being a good teammate is. How important rooting for your friends are, being professional, working hard, being on time, something as simple as being on time. How important that is to just the culture of baseball.
Jeff Baker swings and misses. Baker, a base hit back in the 6th inning, 1 for 4. Ground ball toward 3rd, and it's going to sneak through, and that's going to score 2 runs. Here comes Stanton home on a 2-run single by Jeff Baker. So it is 10-5. Not the kind of outing that Raphael was looking for.
No, not at all. And Baker just puts the bat on the ball and pulls it through what's called the 6th hole, right past Sinoa, right past Descalso, who's been diving all over the place, just out of the reach. Ball's not hit hard, and Barnes trying to get that out at home plate, trying to save a run from Raffy. He knows how important it is. Fires at home plate and wasn't able to get Stanton.
Marcell Ozuna is 2 for 4.
For Raffy, it's the fastball velocity is there. It's 92 miles an hour, but he has spiked his off speed the entire time. So as a hitter, you know you don't have to worry about an off speed pitch.
And that's line to right. The Rockies are forced to get some action in their bullpen just in case, and it's the closer, John Axford. Steve Foster going out. Again, this just has to be absolutely agonizing for Raphael, a very proud and accomplished late inning pitcher, and he's had a tough week. Been 5 hits in the inning and 3 runs. I think every coach is part mechanics guy, and a big part of what they do is being a psychologist, and that was all about psychology.
It's just about encouragement. Keep going. I mean, that's the only way you come out of these things is you got to keep going. You got to keep moving forward. Saw with Cargo today. Cargo started off with a horrible first at bat, lines out. You have to keep plugging forward.
Yelich. Got that breaking ball over. 0-1.
Well, and if you're not commanding your fastball, you start overthrowing it because you can't get that off-speed pitch over for a strike. And that's what I've seen with Raffy. He's tried to overpower it. Raffy's at his best. He's spotting up, and he's got the devastating changeup. He's able to elevate late in the count.
2 strikes on Yelich. That's foul.
Starting to make some noise.
Another foul ball. By the way, Dougie handed me a note a little while ago, and when we go to bow ties later in the year, that one special evening.
Yep.
Formal Friday. Formal Friday.
Okay. He's not gonna be here.
Dougie said he's out. And that's fouled off. I don't know how it. Did you just wear a tux recently, Dougie? You wore a suit. He was in a wedding. He thought it was an all tie-dye wedding. Threw him off.
Hundreds of Grateful Dead shows. I love it.
Yep. Another 0-2. And that is fair. And that is the ball game. The Rockies pound the baseball. They beat the Marlins on a Saturday afternoon 10-5. 17 hits for the Marlins. Outstanding pitching performance once again from Chris Russin. He improves to 2-0.